Hello there! Welcome back to the lands of Aecathan. No professionals, just a little bit of fancy tech, and a group of women playing an all-original game of Dungeons & Dragons. I'm Jeff, your GM, here to remind you that there's a reason swords will never be obsolete. If a sword's made well, it's always cutting-edge technology.
Dumb. So funny. Got it.
Celebrating Arabell's sword from last week.
Thanks.
Cutting edge technology.
Yep. Well, it is.
That's very true.
Well, before we get into tonight's adventure, let me bring everybody up to speed on what happened last week, including some of us who may not remember. The morning dawned with the Four and Athgarr outside the Jogravanen outpost.
Oh, that's right. Oh my gosh.
Yep.
So many things have happened today.
Yep. Gwenlaryn sent her magical owl to scout the town that Athgarr called Oltzaru, and discovered that there were 3 paths leading away from the city on the other side. After taking a brief look at the city and determining where the road led on the other side, the group traveled to the Faeliferi Sanctum, where Father Dilbus and Master Ranro took over attempting to diagnose Athgarr. Through magical means, both arcane and divine, the source of Athgar's malady was determined, and a course of action was undertaken to return him to normal. Several spells were cast. It appears to have made a difference. Only time will tell how much. But he is instructed to take a couple days and recover. While he is recovering, Gwenlaryn and Zorith go on a shopping trip for clothes suitable for any other slaves that they might rescue, plus sacks to use in organizing the coins in their portable hole, which are just kind of all over the floor at the moment. While they're away, Aribell is intercepted by her order's leader, Sir Aralahkis, and she's taken to the Master Forge below the Temple of Balmus and introduced to priest and weaponsmith Durald, who instructs her how to forge a mithril longsword. Over the next 48 hours, Aribell is worked to exhaustion, but she is able to follow Durald's instructions well and ultimately returns to the rest of the group with her holy avenging sword. Athgar's attempts to, Athgarr makes some attempts to mend his relationship with Gwen and makes a very sincere apology to Aribell, Tasha, and Zorith as well. And before Aribell returned with the sword, everybody else was working on putting coins in bags and counting them out and organizing the portable hole. When Aribell returned, the others helped her into a bath and then to bed, and then everybody else turned in for the evening as well. And that brings us to the next morning. But before we get to that, there's one other thing we have to do. Because last week, the 4 hit level 15. So it's now time to roll hit points. Everybody else has done the rest, but
Where do we find out what die it is?
Let's see. Would be if you go into your character builder. When you get on the yeah, so a D6.
Okay. 3.
3. All right, plus your con bonus.
8.
So
11.
So you'll gain 11 hit points, but just go ahead and put the 3 into the rolled dice, because it takes care of everything else for you.
It's a D10 for me, right?
Yep. Nice.
So you just put it in, you said for the override?
You just
add it to
when
roll?
you do manage hit point, you add it to rolled hit points.
Okay.
It'll add your con bonus automatically for you.
Yes.
It took me to 119 anyway. So I didn't actually get as many as I thought.
I am slightly less squishy.
Slightly less.
Excellent. So, it now is the next morning. Adventures 4. What are you going to do? What's the plan for the day?
How much more time does Athgarr need?
Everybody's in their own rooms right now.
But does he need another day to recover?
We knew how long he needed. Right? I mean, they told us how long we needed to stay here. I just can't remember what it was.
They said at least a couple days.
And it's been
Couple days.
2?
This is full day 3. Yeah. So he's had 2 days.
Okay. I think I'll head down for breakfast with a goal of talking to him and seeing how he's doing.
All right. He is not downstairs yet.
Then I'll order some breakfast.
All right. Pretty traditional breakfast fare. Eggs, potatoes. Let's see. What did they have for meat this morning? Ham. And then some fruit and some bread. And
I'll go for a little bit of each.
I'll come down and have some breakfast as well.
Me too.
I'm guessing Arabelle probably is making her way back from the temple about it.
Oh, yeah, right. So she's going to
Yeah, when we're
Mhm.
here, she always goes and prays there. So
right. Yeah, you're kind of achy this morning.
I figured.
You can definitely feel the last 2 days.
Nothing on that tub and a massage won't fix, but probably not going to get either.
No. I mean, probably not. Gosh, I don't know. So, are we, since we're all sitting around, are we checking on Athgarr? What are our plans after Athgarr?
Well, depending on how he's doing, if he's feeling ready to travel, I think we should discuss where we want to go next. And if he's not, then we'll come up with a plan that involves staying here for another day.
Stay here for another day because I think Aribell might need another day.
Well, before we go traipsing back through the desert, we could certainly go to Aermagh or wherever we need to turn in some of and get the gems and those kinds of things. I'm sure Athgarr would be up for a town visit, so we could do that and then head to the desert tomorrow.
Well, that's a good idea. Maybe, we could get a little higher armor or something, you know? So
Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah.
We've visited a few different armors, Jeff.
Mm-hmm.
which is there one that would likely have the best selection? Aermagh tends to be out because of the army, right? Of good stuff.
Well,
I don't think we've visited an armor and
Aribell, go ahead and make a history check.
No, not bad. 24.
As you're sitting there thinking, you have a "oh" moment.
Oh my.
Not that kind of "oh" moment. Yes, in Aermagh, the army does have the bulk of the good stuff. You're traveling with a captain in the army who quite likely could requisition things.
God, I'm so dumb.
Is there a good armory in? We haven't been to an armor, I don't think, in Aermagh.
There is an armory, I know. Hold on. I didn't actually bring up that atlas because I didn't know you were going there. So let me take a look.
I know I put mine somewhere else. I think I got mine in Romani. I mean, I'm sure there is, but I don't think we've been to one.
Oh, wouldn't it be
The
awesome
Dead
if
Orcs
we-
Mage.
wouldn't it be
Mace.
aw-
Mace.
Wouldn't it be awesome if we all had mithril armor?
Yeah, I think I talked to them at the.
You did, and we talked about something with some kind of a dragon emblem
Sigil.
or something.
Yeah, I want to get mine enchanted. That's who I need to talk to about mine, because I have mithril armor. It's not a plus. So I need to speak to. Well, maybe when we're in Aermagh, I could talk to. What is her name? To the one that has the Shinarla. That's what I think.
Yeah.
See if she could enchant my armor. Because we do have plenty of coin. Because we haven't been spending it.
It would just be a matter of time.
I'd have to get a second set of armor to wear while they had it.
Right.
Let's go find out about Athgarr and then we'll.
Head to Aermagh?
Yeah.
And then maybe tonight, Gwen, we could stay at your house.
Of course.
Excellent.
Oh, and I wanted to see about. Do you have stables, Gwen?
I do not.
Okay, that's right. We needed. I think we did talk about that because I was thinking about selling Arabelle's house, but we could probably rent stable space from
I
my
was just gonna
parents.
say you could. Yeah.
As you're starting to think about getting moving, the outside door to the Traveler's Respite opens, and Athgarr walks in.
Good morning.
Morning.
You see that he's dressed in what looks to be fairly normal clothing for him. But as he walks in, you see him kind of adjusting the collar a little bit.
New clothes?
Old clothes that haven't been worn in a while.
Why have you chosen to wear them?
I decided I didn't want to wear those rags anymore.
An excellent choice.
So I snuck home.
Why sneak?
Because if it's known that I'm there, I'm sure I'm going to get pulled into some function or another.
Understood. How are you feeling this morning?
Okay, I think.
Well, we've been trying to give you some time to recover. It's been a very eventful few days, and we wanted to make sure that you were feeling recovered before we traveled.
Well, I was able to teleport myself home and use the teleportation circle to come back.
And how do you feel after having done that?
About the same as I did before I went, just slightly less comfortable.
Well, you look very nice.
It's going to take some getting used to.
Well, I guess one thing we should discuss is whether you plan to travel with us.
Well, I think I still owe you the rest of the week. I found this bag of money and this note.
Yes. And as much as we have appreciated paying for your services, we were hoping that we might be able to make a slightly different arrangement going forward.
Really? What did you have in mind?
Well, I hope that I speak for the rest of the four when I invite you to join us as an equal member. And your reward would be the good deeds that we do and a fair share of anything that we find along our journey.
So, you're asking me to gamble my future on your success, is that it?
Yes.
Sounds like fun.
And you do have that whole Prince of Thunder's Edge to fall back on in case it doesn't pan out.
Oh, yes, that.
While our goal isn't necessarily to fill the coffers, I think that we have added nicely to the hoard we're expected to develop. And though profit isn't our only motive, I think we're doing fairly well for ourselves.
So it would seem, based on what I saw yesterday.
But I don't think we're asking you to join us for the money.
What
Out
the-
of character.
Yeah.
I'm very confused. The full member part of the four? I don't remember talking about that.
No, we haven't discussed as a member of the four, but more as a member of our party going and doing things. Is that not part of what we wanted?
I think it was just the way that you expressed it
Okay.
panicked me because I was like, oh, no, I don't.
Are we now the 5? I think is what Nikki's head went to.
Okay. I guess that's up to all of you.
I'm okay with it.
I may not be okay with him becoming a full member of the four. Like, I probably should have a... What?
This is out of character.
Okay.
Right.
That's why I held up my hand and
Okay.
said
Yeah.
out of
Character.
Well, I do think it becomes a little weird if we say, come with us, do all the things, but you're not really one of us. I think that's kind of what got us into this mess in the first place. So I guess that's part of my concern is, and I'm not saying that I was offering him full membership in the Four. I should have been more careful with my words. But I do think that we need to think about it. And if we're not offering that, then what are we offering? Hang out with us and be a member of our group until we tire of you?
We should probably talk about it not in front of Athgarr, though, I think.
Right.
Yeah. So right now you're pretty much offering what he did before.
Yeah, right
Right.
now you're basically saying, travel with us, share our adventures,
Right.
and instead of us giving you money per week, we'll give you a cut of, the treasure that we find along the way.
Is that what Athgarr understood it to be?
Yeah.
Okay, because I panicked because
I thought the wording made it
Yeah.
seem more.
No,
Sorry.
if he thought that she was offering a full membership in the Five, he would balk and refuse.
okay, I just wanted to verify and make sure that that's what he understood it to be.
Well,
because of those words.
in character, you have no idea.
Okay.
Like, in character, you've all heard what Gwen has said. And what
Okay.
Athgarr has said.
Well, maybe I can be more clear. So, back in character, I don't know how much time you have before you're expected to return to duties in Thunder's Edge. But for the time that you have, it would be lovely if you accompanied us.
I'm fairly certain that if certain parties had their way, my time would be up already. But I'm not
I'm sure.
asking.
So you'll continue to play hooky with us?
As long as I'm able.
Very good. I think we would be delighted to have you along on our adventures.
I think delighted is a lovely sentiment. Maybe a little over-enthusiastic at first. There are some bridges, I think, that have begun to mend, but they're not fully repaired. And I understand.
Well, with that in mind, shall we begin the next steps?
Lead on.
Well, we've been discussing what we might want to tackle first, and there was some interest in pursuing an armorer for some better armor.
Well,
We were thinking of going to Aermagh and looking into what I could requisition. Ugh, it's hard to say.
probably better than my idea.
What's your
What was
idea?
yours?
I was also considering the possibility of requisitioning some things. Whereas I'm certain you intended to ask.
Yes.
I did not.
Well, let's go with my way then. I do have some clout as I'm the captain and all.
Were you thinking in the Edge?
Yes. I can get into and out of another location once more today.
Let's not get you into any more trouble.
Are you thinking of robbing your father's armory? I'm sorry, liberating items from your father's armory.
I was thinking of exercising my right as the son of the Lord to gather up things that are available to the Rykeliad, of which I am still a member.
And to borrow them in a longitudinal fashion without permission.
I was just going to,
Leave a note?
no. I was just going to depopulate the armory slightly and call it good.
I think given the tension in Thunder's Edge with the Jagravan and making things disappear without any note or notice after the fact is probably not a good idea.
It may be upsetting to your father and make him feel as though he is unsafe still.
Or that someone's stealing from within the Rykeliad and you might get someone else accused of having no honor.
I suppose I could send Aralahkis a message afterwards.
That just puts him in a bad position.
I think he'd laugh.
He's my father's seneschal. He's always in a bad position.
Right, so why make things worse?
I'm not certain it would be worse, but as I said, perhaps we should follow your plan.
I think that makes sense. If you were going to return to Thunder's Edge and start taking orders from your father as part of the Rykeliad, then your plan would be appropriate. But I don't think you want to do that.
You think correctly.
So let's go to Aermagh.
Well, let's go visit Aermagh.
And because we always have to ask, when we go to the circle in Aermagh, do we have to call ahead?
No?
Not anymore.
Right? Okay.
Not anymore.
Good.
Although I didn't prep Aermagh, so there will be some slight adjusting. I only have like 30 locations now, so.
Oh, the shame of it, that you've created so many places for us to go.
30 seems like a lot.
The Sanctum we can come and go. That's what I have written down.
Yeah.
Yep. Aermagh, you...
Aralahkis is Thunder's Edge. Remedy Keep is BA. Tower is come and go.
But now on the edge, we have our house.
Oh, right. Let me write that down, too.
So we don't have to go to the... No, there might be a time we, for whatever reason, want to go straight to the keep. But...
Are we ready then?
Mhm.
I ritually do the circle. Do we have to say goodbye or anything to anybody? We probably should, considering we just stole Athgarr. And he was in the...
We should let, Father Dilbus and Master Ranro.
I start slowly stopping my...
Well, we didn't steal him. He's been staying at the inn, right?
No, I thought he was staying at the other place still.
Nope. Nope, he had his own room in the inn.
I tell you, week to week I forget more things. So should we at least send one message saying we're off, or who do we send it to?
Grab a piece of paper, write a note. Well, grab a couple pieces of paper, write notes, walk up to the innkeeper at the bar. and say, could you have these delivered to Master Ambrose, Arlo, and Father Dilbus, please? And
Of course. You are going to be checking out then.
Yes.
I shall deliver your messages and let them know.
And I put a gold piece on the counter. Is this enough?
Oh, more than enough.
Thank you. So they're just very simple. We're heading out. Athgar's feeling better. Heading to Aermagh for a day and then back to our adventures.
Okay.
Oh, well, stuff. Okay, then I start finishing the ritual. I just start going. Get ready and finish the last thing and ready to bam.
All right. The white pillar of light springs up.
We all enter, obviously.
Yes.
For armor and something else, gems. Whence? That's our plan for today.
Yep. There's a flash of light, and you find yourself standing in the teleportation chamber of the Lord's Keep. And there are two guards standing on the inside of the door. One visibly starts when you appear, the other one just kind of looks at him like, really? Steps up, looks at Tasha, snaps a salute. Welcome back, sir.
Good to be back. Thank you.
Is there anything you need?
As a matter of fact, where's the best armory to go to?
For what, sir?
Armor? Well, with armor for myself and for my ranger.
Armor for yourself, sir. You can go to the army requisitions, and I'm sure they'll have whatever you need. For your companion, probably the Dead Orcs mace.
Okay. Thank you. So, let's go to the Dead Orcs mace first.
Okay. You walk out into a bright, cool morning. The snow, for the most part, has melted. It is still cold, especially being on the coast, but not as cold as it was the last time you were here. Things seem to be slowly moving towards spring. The city is busy, but it looks to be mid-morning, so most businesses are already open. So basically what's out and about are travelers and merchants and shoppers.
Well, lead the way.
Been there before?
Do I know where this place is? Does Tasha know?
Make a history check.
Okay.
The Dead Orcs mace the place that Gwenlaryn did not hit it off with the owner.
I don't think so.
There was a place that they didn't.
There was, but there was a
30-20.
dwarven woman, I think, that worked there.
There's a dwarven woman that works here.
But I thought it was just I thought it was just like an individual forge as opposed to a shop.
Yeah, I don't think it was here. I think it was...
Somewhere else.
I thought it was
Yeah.
in Thunder's Edge.
Or
So, anyway.
Romani.
Dirty 20.
Might have been Romani. Yeah, you after thinking for a moment and sort of reorienting yourself, you do remember where it is.
All right. So we head there.
All right. You find your way there. Familiar once you see it. A simple adobe building with reinforced doors and windows and a large brick chimney coming up out of the center of the structure.
Okay.
Inside, it's quite warm. Definite change from being outside. And you see several smiths at work at various anvils or forges. The master forge in the center is being worked by a dark-skinned dwarven woman wearing leather boots and pants and gloves and a tunic. Yeah.
Sorry.
You had to know.
Short hair, light brown, tied back into a little nub of a ponytail. And she's working industriously at, looks like flattening a blade.
Good morning.
She, without stopping. Good morning.
I'm looking for some armor for my companion.
Does your companion no speak?
She does.
Ah, good to know. Don't like making armor for mutes.
I'm sure they'd have a conversation with you if they could.
That's what I thought too. Right. She gives it one last pound, sort of picks it up, looks at it, douses it in a pail of water, pulls it back out, lays it on the anvil, and sort of turns around, wiping her forehead. All right. Saw you're tall. What are you looking for?
Well, you see what I have. I have this studded leather. I'm hoping that I might craft something or have something crafted out of mithril.
Do you have the mithril?
I don't.
That's going to be difficult. Pretty much all of the mithril in town's already been acquired by the army.
We should probably head then at some point, Tasha, to the... Or Captain Greenvale, she says, not Tasha.
Do you know of a supplier? Perhaps someone outside of Aermagh?
I used to. Unfortunately, that supply seems to have dried up.
Do you know why?
Nope. I just know that the mining operation out of Ballinamard seems to have stopped.
Out of Ballinamard?
Yep.
They've had issues over the past several months. That doesn't surprise me.
That's what I've heard, but I also heard that they had gotten things heading back towards normal. I'd have thought they'd have started up the mines again, but I haven't seen anything or heard anything. That's one of their major sources of income. Strikes me as odd. They haven't decided to restart it yet, but I don't know, maybe they have, and maybe they're just now shipping directly to the army and I don't even hear about it. I don't know.
It does seem odd. We've heard reports of some of the difficulties in Ballinamard. It might be worth checking out.
Do you have any armor that's already crafted?
Nothing that's gonna do her any good. I'm assuming, lass, that you're wanting something that moves.
Indeed.
Yeah. I've got, let's see, she kind of cranes her neck and looks up near the edge of the ceiling. She's like, there's a set of mariner's armor up there. If you're not going in the water, that's not going to help you much. I do have a spare breastplate, and got a shield that's got basic enchantment on it. That's about it.
Who does your enchanting?
Oh, we've got somebody here in house that does it.
I'm interested in the breastplate as a substitute to see if perhaps you could enchant this armor for me.
Ooh, may I? She reaches up and kind of runs her fingers over it and
Mithril scale.
grabs the edge of it and kind of pulls it out a little bit and feels it. Very decent craftsmanship. Huh. I'm sure we could do something with it. Might take a little while.
And how much would it cost for the highest enchantment you can put on it?
Oh. I'm gonna have to check with my enchanter, and she's not here yet.
Okay.
So...
How long will it take? Some time.
I don't know that either.
Okay.
As I say, I make them. She enchants them.
It will be worth it. So will she be in today?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, we can stop by, and if, as I expect, I'll need to leave this for a while, then I'll be interested in purchasing the breastplate. But we'll check and see. I guess maybe I could borrow something from the Armory, maybe. But at least the enchanting.
Do you have any bracers of archery?
No. Not gonna find anything like that here.
All
You'd be
right.
talking to a wizard looking for that sort of thing.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's head to the armory and see what they have there.
Well, we'll stop back by later to talk to you and your enchanter.
Please do.
Thank you
Find the
very much.
mithril. How much do we need?
The breastplate, they usually run about 400 gold. But that one's been up there for a little while. I'd just like to see it gone and used. I can let it go for 350.
No.
How much mithril would we need to get to make the
Oh.
something similar to this?
Good question.
Let's see. We're talking... It's a little difficult to figure out. Probably the equivalent of about... 6 pounds of iron. It's not going to waste 6 pounds. Or
Sounds
6
about
blocks. 6 blocks of mithril, the same size as blocks of iron that we'd use to make regular armor.
Got it. Okay.
So, yeah,
Thank you for your information.
sure. And, might I know your names?
Gwenlaryn, Duneshadow.
Gwenlaryn Duneshadow. Why do I know that name?
Lady Gwenlaryn Duneshadow.
I always forget that part.
Oh, my apologies, your ladyship. I didn't know.
No, no reason you should.
Hoping you didn't take offense. I just...
None taken.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm Captain Tasha Greenvale.
We're sometimes known as the Four, if that's
That's what I thought. Oh, by Sakuthos' testicles, boys, we've got real royalty in here.
Sakuthos, huh?
Ah. Well, when you get tricked, he's the first name that come to mind.
Not Costas?
No.
Oh, it would have been Costas. You're right. Sorry, would have been Costas.
Yeah.
That's what I was like. Ooh, Sakuthos. Interesting.
I was like, wait a minute.
Secret talk about it. Secret talk about it.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, wait a minute. What have we gotten into here?
Maybe he taught her to swim too. You don't know.
Yeah, you never know.
Could be.
I'd like to think
Gets
we
around.
were alone on that, but
He gets around. He likes a
Aw.
good adventure.
He does.
right.
Well, I can definitely hold on to that breastplate for you there, if you want me to. Not that there's been a whole lot of interest in it lately, but in case there is, I'll say that, there's another a party considering it, and I'm holding it until they make a decision.
Okay. Well, we'll know later today when we come back.
Right.
Appreciate it. All right. Well, we will head to the armory, which I assume Tasha knows where it is.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So we head for the armory.
All right. So, not far from where you're at. You head back to the area near the keep, and back sort of through the barracks area where you first were living. And there is basically a base store and a store master in charge.
Good morning.
Captain?
At ease.
Thank you, sir. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm looking for some armor that would give me a little more protection than the +2 studded that I have.
Are you wanting to stick with studded?
Not necessarily.
How important is flexibility?
Relatively important?
So nothing heavy.
I mean, I am a bard.
Oh, yeah. So you're going to need to move. Let's see. I've got a chain shirt.
Okay.
And a breastplate. Both of those, It's going to limit your mobility a little bit, but it's not going to hamper you when you attempt to do bardly things. Beyond that, I've got ring mail, but that's definitely heavy.
Yeah.
Probably not what you want.
Game master.
Mm-hmm.
Is that too heavy for a bard?
Oh, it is. Yeah, you can only wear light armor.
So, yeah, that's not gonna work.
Well, what are you wearing at the moment?
I'm wearing +2 studded leather.
Well, there's only one better.
+3.
Yeah. And do they have any? Well, I think we've got one set of studded leather with a 3rd rank enchantment.
That would be wonderful.
You'll trade yours in, of course.
Of course.
All right. Give me a moment. I'll go back and double check.
All right.
He turns and goes in the back room. It's a human, about 6'2", and about half again as wide. I mean, well, half as wide as he is tall. He clearly spends his life moving heavy things.
What type of armor are you wearing?
Gwen.
Oh, she may not be able to answer. But
She can wear medium though, so she could scale like I have.
okay.
Yeah, she could do hide, chain, or breastplate.
Oh, okay, good. Because I was like, if we're giving, stuff that's already got enchantments on it away that she could wear, then that was silly. But
If we get mithril, she can do scale because then it won't have a disadvantage on stealth. But
Okay.
otherwise, she
Okay.
can't. Yeah.
so that is
Yeah.
our goal. I knew that, but I was just saying.
But a breastplate's the same armor class as scale.
Yep. It's
Scale.
more expensive, but it weighs less than
Way
half
less.
what scale does.
Right.
It's a matter of you have to balance off how much dex modifier you have versus how much you can with medium armor, because the most you can have of your dex modifier is 2.
Got it. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't.
Yeah,
doing
so
stuff that way.
if she's got, say, an 18 dex, which would be a +4 dex mod, with studded leather she's got 16, with a chain shirt she's got 15, with a breastplate she's got 16.
Yeah, that made no sense to me, but at least somebody knows what they're talking about.
Yeah, and even in mithril, it has that same.
Basically, she would have to be wearing half plate. If she has an 18 dex, she would have to be wearing half plate, mithril half plate, to actually have better armor class than she does now.
What's your dex, Gwen?
She's busy.
Yeah.
Hold on, I can tell you. What are we looking at for her?
Dex bonus.
Dexterity is +4.
Okay. So yeah. Now if it's magical, then that changes things a little bit. So, if she ends up with +1 armor, then a chain shirt would give her 18.
But
What
if you did the +3 studded leather like Tasha, she'd be.
Let's see. That would be 19.
She's got
Studded-
necrotic resistance studded leather right now.
Right.
Right.
What?
+3 studded leather with her dex mod would be an armor class of 19.
Oh,
That
right.
would be better.
What do you have a plus on it at all?
Oh, we need to
I'm-
get you some, like, we've got to be able to find some plus
Well, maybe-
studded leather somewhere.
But you just have some on, so maybe you can requisition it as well, Tasha.
Yeah.
Yeah, just trade. That's what I was saying. Just trade over.
At least that'd give her an 18 instead of the 16 she has now.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
the Army of Necrotic Resistance, the AC is 12 on it, is what it says.
Yeah.
So anything
But does-
is going to be better.
Oh,
The Stormmaster
Right.
comes back with a set of gleaming studded leather armor under his arm. The studs themselves are a dark, sparkling metal.
Oh, that's interesting. Was there something special about this?
Yeah. It was originally commissioned for a general who
Oh.
has since been killed and lost in action.
Ooh.
So it's just been sitting here. I'm thinking that it's been forgotten. But it's, the studs are adamantite.
Wow.
Doesn't really change anything so much, but it holds the enchantment better.
Oh. Well, that's wonderful.
So,
We were thinking that this +2, we might just scoot over to Gwen. And
who's...
Lady Gwenlaryn, of the 4.
Okay.
I don't remember if
are we still conscript? Like,
is Gwen
No.
conscripted too?
No.
No, then that's
nobody's
not
nobody's in the military. Well,
no, we have a special dispensation as a group that we.
Oh, that's true.
right, and you could also trade in Gwen's armor.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Ah, so because we're members of the 4, we have a special dispensation, which allows us to take out armor. So while I would like to give her this +2, we can give you her studded.
He hears the thing about the dispensation and reaches under the counter and pulls out this sheaf of parchment, and he starts going through it.
Is there anything on the stuff we have about that? On our letters from the king, from Lord Bone Thane, do we have anything
We should have something.
that we are?
I'm
have the-
sure there is. I'm sure that in the proclamation that...
I'll pull it out
Yeah.
then.
But he goes... Tasha Greenvale. Lauren Duneshadow. One of you Aribell. And one of you is Zorith. Yep, right here. Sets the
Okay.
papers down. So, yeah, if that's what you want to do, we can
Yeah,
definitely do that.
We'll just give you the studded that she won't be using anymore, and I'll
And
give her.
is there anything special about it?
No, it's just studded. Oh no, that's not true. What else is special
It-
about it?
It is resistant to necrotic damage.
Ooh. Well, that'll be useful.
Do you have anything made of mithril?
Armor-wise, I don't think so. I can look, but most of the mithril goes to the weapons.
Or just, yeah, anything?
Yeah, let me double check. He goes to the back again. Comes back out just a couple minutes later. Nope.
I heard there's a bit of a shortage.
You could say that, as in the source has dried up.
The mines are empty? Or they're not mining? We don't know.
We don't know. We sent people to try and find out what's going on, and to my... well, at least they haven't told me that they've heard anything. But I'm not exactly top of chain of that command, so...
Do you have a breastplate I might be able to borrow?
Sure. Do you want it enchanted?
If you have one, that would be wonderful. I'm going to have my armor enchanted and need something to tide me over.
Oh, so you'd be returning the breastplate.
Yes.
Well, that's makes it a lot more possible. He's looking through more papers. He goes, "The records are right. I have a rank 2 enchantment breastplate."
That would be wonderful.
All right. Hang on. I'll go get it. Comes back about a minute and a half later, carrying the 2 pieces of formed steel. It's got a high polish on it. Doesn't look like it's been worn yet.
We're meeting with the enchanter over at the Deadworks Mace this afternoon, so I'll have a better idea of how long it'll
Oh.
take.
Frostbear. She does good work.
Is that who does the military's enchanting?
Well, no, that's who owns the mace.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's dwarven lady.
Oh, yes, that's who we spoke with this morning.
A little lippy but funny.
We thought so.
All right.
Yeah, dealt with her a few times. Always an interesting time. Never quite know what you're gonna get. But, yeah. Okay, so... You got your rank 3 studded.
Mm-hmm.
You've got her rank 2 studded. I've got your necro studded. You've got your rank 2 breastplate. Anything else I can do for you?
No, you have helped us a lot. Thank you.
Happy to.
Do you have weapons?
Yeah. You could say that.
Oh.
That's what we got most of.
Oh, you already have a +3 bow, don't you, Gwen?
Yeah.
Do you even, that's probably good. Do you need anything, Zori?
Still can't hear you.
The amount of things that I can wear. Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
The amount of things that I can wear versus what I'm wearing I got Robe of the Arch.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And then the amulet, and then the Wand of the Mermaid, so I can't really. There's not a whole much more.
You have the highest armor class right now.
I do,
Um,
God.
About
Swishing.
weapons?
Crossbow light +2. I don't think I have anything else. I don't have anything else but a crossbow.
Just your staff, right?
Yeah, but I can't use the staff of frost because I'm not attuned to. I mean, I guess I could use it as a staff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you
But
can use
I'm
it as a
not
weapon.
attuned to it. I mean,
Well, we've
yeah.
got some magic bolts. That might be of interest.
I don't know what that is.
For the crossbow.
Yeah, crossbow bolts that have their own enchantment.
Oh. Okay.
What about arrows?
Yeah,
Right.
we got enchanted arrows too.
I'd be interested in those.
Yeah.
I've got 26 bolts with first rank enchantment.
Wow. I would take those. What kind of trading do we need to do that? Do we place them? Do we?
You're just... Note says you can requisition what you need, so you just sign for it. That way, if anybody asks, I say, this is who got this.
Got it. I will take 24 crossbow bolts because I already have 1 + 1.
Okay.
So then that will make 25, and that makes the brain happy.
And let's see. I have... Oh, okay. First rank arrows are all gone. But I have 18 second rank arrows.
I'd be delighted to take any of those that you can spare.
Yeah. They're yours if you want them.
I do.
Okay. So he goes in the back and comes out with a 2 bolt cases and a quiver. And sits the bolt cases down in front of Zorith and lays the quiver on the counter in front of Gwen. Then goes back to scribbling.
Do you have any rank 3 crossbows?
I don't know. Let's find out.
What was that number again? Did you say 16?
18.
18.
Nope. Shows where all of those have been assigned. We do, however, have a couple rank 3 short bows and 1 rank 3 longbow.
Zori or Tasha, would you want to switch?
Yeah. I mean, I would take a rank 3 crossbow or short bow.
All right. What have you got at the moment?
I've got a +2 crossbow.
Okay. You trade that in?
Yeah.
All right. I'll take the bolts too. I'll give you a full quiver of arrows.
Okay.
So, +3 short bow and 20 arrows.
+3.
+3 short bow, yes.
Yeah.
What does Athgarr have? Does Athgarr need any?
Athgar's not on the list.
Athgarr has a Frostbrand longsword, I believe. That was his mama's.
You look at the sword that's on his belt. It's a different hilt and a different crossguard. Well,
So
like I said, he's not on the list, so.
Let's see. Actually, I take some stuff off my
Well, actually,
How are you all fixed for non-combat items? Got enough rations, torches?
healing potions.
Don't have any of those here.
What was everything? Rations.
Torches, tents, bedrolls, blankets, soap.
we're good, I think, on all of the sundry items.
Yeah, I think we're good.
All right.
Okay. All right, then, Captain, I'll just need your signature.
Sign my name.
Okay. All right. Well, good hunting. I hope this works for you.
Do you have any news of Ballinamard?
Nope. I haven't heard anything. Of course, like I say, I'm not exactly anywhere near the top chain of command to hear things like that, so I'm more here by asking the people who come in if they've heard anything, and if they have and they tell me, then I know.
Right. Okay.
Well, I appreciate all of your help.
It's what I'm here for, ma'am.
When we go outside, I say maybe when we are at Jojo's, we can see what Viessa knows about Ballinamard.
That's a good idea. So, do we need to go anywhere else to get more equipment?
I need to go back to the Orcs mace. Let them know I don't need the breastplate and see if the enchanter is there yet. So I
Let's do
can
it.
remove my armor. And then we need to buy some gems.
Right.
Which I don't know. Well, guessing Arabelle knows where to buy jewelry and gems in Aermagh, but Pam does not.
Right. Let's see. Oof.
Probably somewhere. Like, I don't know if it would be like somebody who has a shop front or if there'd be somebody who just, helps the nobility with that. You have to know.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay. So, where do you go next? Do you go back to the mace?
Yeah, see if
Okay.
they're there. Blacksmith Frostbear sees you coming and immediately sets her stuff down and turns and walks over to meet you as you're coming in. Is she in?
She's been here. She's back working already. Good news and bad news. The good news is she can actually handle some legendary enchantment. The bad news is it'll take about a year.
Dude.
Maybe we'll check at the tower. I think
Yeah.
sometimes they can put multiple people on it.
And that would certainly help, because when it's just one, it takes about 50 weeks.
Oof. Can I ask the cost of that?
100,000. Only 100,000 because you're supplying the armor.
Right. Okay. And the Armory was able to loan me a breastplate.
Oh, all right. And what did you say, Nick?
Can't hear you.
Can hear you.
We don't. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
We don't have that kind of money.
Not yet.
Someday.
Whew.
But
That's
hey, we just got like a bunch of stuff, and most of it we didn't have to pay for.
Right. But I could ask them about a +2 or something.
This.
Right. The cost difference between a 2 and a 3 is probably a lot.
Second rank enchantment, 20,000 gold pieces, and takes about 6.5 months. 25 weeks.
Okay. Thank you so much for checking.
Sure, happy to help. And should you decide that that's something that you're wanting, just let me know. Obviously, for the 4, we'll bump whatever we need to bump to get it done as quickly as we can.
That's very kind of you.
Thank you.
Well, if there won't be anything else, I got a halberd to finish.
All right. We'll
Thank
be
you.
off. Thank you. It was great to meet you.
It was an honor meeting all of you.
We'll be sure to tell others to that we've had excellent service here.
Oh, that's nice of you. I appreciate that.
And we head off to find some gems. Where would we find some gems?
Let me look here. Probably the only place in town that you're going to be able to do that sort of transfer is going to be at the Temple of Eidos.
All right.
That's funny.
What?
There was a jeweler in Thunder's Edge that we spoke with before, so
There was.
maybe I don't want to deal with the Temple of Eidos.
No, I don't blame you for that.
So maybe we can stop in Thunder's Edge
Okay.
on the way out and have Athgarr meet us after or something. Unless he wants to disguise himself.
I can disguise myself. I still have the cap.
That's true. Okay.
So maybe that.
Well, then let's go see Jojo.
And I need to stop at my parents on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we staying?
House? Do we need to stop by your house too?
Well, I mean, I think we should just stay there for the night.
No. Arabell's house.
That's what I need to talk to them about, is the
Oh.
horses.
Okay.
Oh.
And if they would let me stable them there and still have Kieran come take care of them there.
Are we staying at my place this evening?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Has Athgarr seen? Yes, he was with us when you got it. Yeah, he's been there.
He hasn't really spent any time there, though.
No.
But I mean, we can all go, or I can meet you at Jojo's, whichever.
Well, while I'm here, I'm going to send word to the staff just to let them know that we'll be there this evening and that they'll be...
Just send a message?
Yeah. 5 for dinner.
Okay. I send a message to her major domo. Send it. What's his name?
Toss?
I'm looking.
Ask.
Task.
Yes, Tosk.
Task. This is Tasha. There will be 5 for dinner, and we will spend the night.
There's a pause. Excellent. I do appreciate you alerting me. I shall see that the staff is prepared.
I relay that message to Miss Gwenlaryn.
Really need a spell where I can send my own messages.
We need to get you a set of sending stones.
Well, we ordered some, or did we
Yes.
order some?
No, you canceled that order.
Because we were going to get them at the Sanctum?
We canceled the amulet order. I think that didn't we order them in Thunder's Edge?
I don't remember.
The stones. I feel like we ordered them there, but it was going to be a while.
Yeah, that sounds right. But it was going to be some time. But it was going to be faster there than when we tried to order them and at the Oasis.
Or maybe we got a set at the Oasis for your family. I don't know. It's we got stuff everywhere.
I know, I was trying to get at least one set, preferably 2.
I have all sorts of notes, but they're all spread out, and I don't know. I used to take much better notes, but not so much. I'm too busy trying to keep up.
All right. So y'all head to Jojo's. I'll be there shortly,
Okay.
so that we don't have to spend a ton of time at my parents with everybody.
Okay. Essentially, you are greeted warmly. Your dad is out, but your mom is home, and after letting her know what you want, she says that shouldn't be any problem.
Okay. Well, I'll have Kieran bring them over, and then I'll leave some money for his salary. I think he only, what do we give him? A couple gold pieces a week or something.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. And then I'm going to stop by my house. Well, by my neighbor's house.
Okay.
Fiona and Rathgar.
Yep. Rathgar is out working, but Fiona is home.
I knock on the door.
You hear footsteps, and the door opens, and... Oh, Aribell.
Give her a hug.
Ah, it's been too long.
It has. I assume Rathgar's out working.
Right?
But I wanted to talk to you.
Okay. Do you want to come in?
Sure.
All right, come on in.
As you may.
Kind of you have to stoop a little bit because they're halflings and their house is built to their size.
As you've noticed, I haven't been here very much in the last bit. And now when we're in town, we tend to stay at Lady Duneshadow's estate.
Oh.
I know. It's very fancy. So I'm going to have Kieran take the horses to my parents.
All right.
And I'm not sure what real estate goes for these days.
Well,
but-
sure, and your parents would know.
Well, I was thinking it's probably time to sell the house. But I am not in need of it or the funds from it. And you and Rathgar have taken care of everything and took care of me after. So I'd like to give it to you. You can sell it, you can rent it out, whatever you'd like. But I wouldn't have made it through
What?
without the two of you.
Well, dear, that's very sweet of you, but I don't know if we can accept. Did you talk to your folks about it?
No, but they didn't buy it.
No, but they might have some feelings about what you should be doing with it.
But I am an adult.
I know,
I'm
but
an adventurer and everything.
but you tell me, when did your ma stop being your ma?
I can't imagine that my parents would have any issue whatsoever.
You might want to talk to him about it, just in case. At least give him the illusion that they're still involved in their child's life.
Well, if it would make you feel better, I will do that, and then I will have them have the deed sent to you,
Oh,
and then you'll know that it's okay.
if you change your mind, don't hesitate for a moment. This is not something that Rathgar and I ever even thought about, let alone hankered for.
Well, I know. And you would have done everything you did for me without payment of any kind.
Of course.
So, this is a small thing I can do to thank you.
Child is not small. I'm small. I know small. It's not small.
Eventually, I'm going to have my parents' house. I don't like to think of that eventuality, but
Oh, that's true. I hadn't ever thought that far down the line, but probably.
not for many, many, many years.
Oh, I hope the gods are listening.
But and there's a lot of memories that's time for me to let go.
Well, if you're sure. But as I say, if you wake up tomorrow and you think, oh, what did I do? I don't want to get rid of my house. All you got to do is say so.
I kiss her on the cheek. Fiona, I've been thinking about it for a while.
Well, as you say, but if you change your mind, don't worry about us. We're doing just fine.
I know you are, but I'll send the paperwork.
Whatever's in your heart, lass.
This is it.
Well, this is not at all how I thought my day would go today.
I'll let you tell Rathgar.
I better make sure he's sitting down. Otherwise, he's liable to fall over. Not that it's that far to the ground for him, but still.
There's nothing really. There's a few items in there, but nothing that I need. I've already taken all my clothes and things with me, so.
Well, for me, just walk through it one more time. there might be something that kind of jumps out at you. It's a little different looking at a space when you know you're not going to be in it anymore. Give yourself one more chance to take what's important.
Thanks, Fiona.
You're a good girl.
I try.
And we'll miss living next to you.
I'm still gonna come see you.
Good. Do that. And bring your friends. Just let me know ahead of time so I can go to the market.
Absolutely. So you will walk next door. I think the only thing I can think of that we've mentioned before, there is a box in the children's room, so she might go in and take a toy or two and put it in her bag.
Okay.
But I don't think there's any pictures or anything like that out. Painting. And then she'd head to Jojo's.
Okay. Now the other three of you and Athgarr make your way there. It's just before lunch. So you walk in and you see Jojo and Jalea. And there's a few people in there, but not at all busy yet. But you can see they're prepping because they're expecting it to pick up for lunch. And Jojo's got his back to the door. Jalea's facing the door behind the bar, and when you walk in, she just kind of goes, "Oh." She leans over and whispers something, and Jojo whips her around, and he's like, "Well, I'll be. It's about time you found your way back here. Come on in."
We've been kind of busy.
Well, there's someone here who's been missing you.
Oh, no.
Moping.
Well, we'll go sit down.
And Synchron's missed you too.
Oh!
Lord Synchron!
I go over and give Jojo a hug.
He hugs you back. Are you doing all right?
We're really busy.
Well, I suppose that's good.
It's taken us all over. We have so many things to tell you.
Well, I hope you can stay for a little while, cause we're about to hit lunch, and I'm not gonna have any time to socialize. Probably for a couple hours.
We'll wait until lunch is over.
All right.
Do you know if Viessa's?
I let her know you're here.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
pretty sure she'll be wanting to hear whatever it is you got to say too.
Okay. Sounds good.
The three of you make a perception check. Zorith, make it with advantage.
22.
24.
What'd you get, Zorith?
I got a 19 and a 20, so hold on 1 second. Perception, you said?
Mm-hmm.
This character is much better at perception than +6, so 26.
Okay.
Best I can do.
All three of you see Jojo sort of turn halfway back toward the grill, and he puts his right hand in his pocket, and then you see his lips moving.
Oh!
Oh, how cute.
And then you see his head go like this, and then he just kind of goes and goes back to cooking.
we go sit down at our table and see Synchron.
All right. Jalea comes over to take your drink order and to find out if you want food.
Yeah, we want food.
What are you thinking?
Whatever the special.
What's the weather like outside today?
Clear, cool. It's that probably cold with just a hint of it's gonna get warmer.
So, stew?
Stew we've got.
Whatever the special is, or stew. You choose.
Well, it's not too late for a brandy sandwich.
Oh, it's never too late for a brandy sandwich. Thank you for reminding me. I'm gonna have a sandwich.
I thought so.
I will too.
I'd like the sandwich and some stew.
Oh, hungry. All right.
Indeed.
And let's see if I can remember. Will Arabelle be joining you?
Yes.
So she'll want tea. Sorry, I don't remember what the rest of you drink.
Oh, ale?
Ale, all right.
Cider if you have it.
Cider?
Hard cider, right?
Well, we got both at this point, actually.
I'll have
I'm
hard
going to
cider.
stick with regular cider.
Okay.
Hard cider here.
Athgarr says, if you have coffee. Oh, of course. We've got coffee. Don't worry. All right. I'll be back with your drinks in just a moment, and I'll let Jojo know about your food. And so, everybody sits at the table. Within about
Synchron.
within about 10 minutes, the place begins to fill up rather quickly. Probably about 10 minutes after that, Arabelle comes in.
Are you okay?
I am.
What happened? What did you do?
I didn't do anything. I do need to talk to Jojo about Kieran once the rush is over, though.
Yeah, we did ask for Viessa to come by when the rush is over and told Jojo we had a lot to tell him, so.
My parents are perfectly willing to stable the horses there, so I just need to arrange for Kieran to move them and go there to take care of them.
Your eyes seem extra shiny.
I'm fine. Thanks, Tasha.
Okay.
You do notice, as you're sitting and getting reacquainted with Synchron, that when Athgarr reaches out to try to pet Synchron, Synchron moves out of the way.
I cast Speak with Animals. And say, "Hello, Lord Synchron.
What do you need?
I just wanted to greet you and to reacquaint you with our friend Athgarr.
I know who he is.
You seem reluctant to be near him?"
He has an aura.
What kind of aura?
Negative, unpleasant, fading, but still there.
He was quite ill until just recently. And we have gone to some lengths to restore him to what you see before you. But he's still healing.
When he has healed fully, he may touch me.
I will be sure to let him know. Is there anything we can do to make your day more pleasant?
You may continue being affectionate. That is acceptable.
Is there anything you need? Food, drink?
The Jojo person sees that I have all I need in that avenue.
Yes. He is your person.
No. He
No?
is one of many servants.
He is one of your people.
In that he serves me, yes.
Am I one of your people?
I thought you smarter, of course.
Oh. I'm so glad to be among such good company.
Wow.
I tickle him under the chin.
He purrs.
And while I'm doing this, I turn to Athgarr and say, he can tell that you have been ill lately and hopes that you will offer him affection again when you're feeling fully healed.
That's discouraging. I thought I was feeling better.
I think you are feeling better, but it will probably take a while to put some of those memories behind you.
And the cat can sense that.
He can sense an aura of darkness that clings to you still. He says it's fading, though.
Well, I suppose that's something.
It's a lot.
Well, I shall keep my distance.
For now.
For now.
I'll give him a few extra scritches on your behalf.
Thank you.
I'm one of his staff. One of his servants.
I see. And was this something you agreed to?
No, it doesn't require my agreement. But I'm happy to be one nonetheless. I'm very fond of Lord Synchron.
As you will. About an hour into lunch, you've had your drinks and refills if you want them. You've had the food. It's as good as you remember. The back door opens and Viessa comes in. Walks over, grabs a chair from a nearby table, and flips it around just like Jojo does. Sits down at the table. Well, You look a little worse for wear.
And it's lovely to see you as well.
I'm just saying, it looks like you've seen hard times.
Well, we've fought the Jogravanan a couple of times now.
So you have seen hard times. I'm glad my instincts are still on point.
We did manage to liberate about 50 slaves from them, though.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, they're bad.
I would imagine they're furious.
They are very bad.
Well, nicely done. How much did you get for them?
I'm sorry? We freed them.
Oh. Well, still well done.
Well, thank you.
Remember that we're rather against the notion of buying and selling people.
I had this conversation.
Well, I had just assumed that the only way you could possibly have liberated that many was to buy them from them.
Oh no, we took them.
Well, we...
By coercion.
We tricked them.
Yeah, they were very upset.
Oh dear. Oh. They must hate you.
They loathe us entirely.
Well, in my estimation, that puts you even higher among the ranks of the people of Aecathan. I figure the more hated by the Jogravanas, the better you must be doing.
Indeed. We are very hated.
Well, I assume you have things you wish to tell Jojo, and I won't ask you to repeat them for my benefit. But is there anything I should know that you don't want to pass along to Jojo?
Do you know about Western Aecathan at all?
You mean Romani and Thunder's Edge?
Oh no.
Then no, I don't.
Well, we'll tell this to Jojo as well. But out in the desert, beyond what we know, there is an oasis of goodly folk who charge for their water source.
How industrious.
Yes. And beyond that, there is a whole other civilization called Western Aecathan.
Do they call themselves Western Aecathan, or do you call them Western Aecathan?
Well,
We do.
yeah, the Oasis calls them Western Aecathan.
I wonder if they're aware of us.
I don't know. I think it's possible that they don't know about us, and it's because of the shattering.
That again.
I know. It's a pain in the butt. So that will be where we go exploring next.
Really? Trailblazing an entirely new, unexplored area. Well, that sounds thrilling.
Since we're on areas we don't know much about, what have you heard about Ballinamard?
Oh. Something's not quite right up there.
Oh dear.
The orcs attacked. The survivors fled. The army retook the town. The survivors returned.
Mm-hmm.
And for weeks now, all that has been coming out of Ballinamard is, well, to put it briefly, situation normal, everything's under control.
We've heard nothing's coming from the mines, though.
That's correct. They have not yet reopened the mines, and they have not yet begun exporting anything else either. There are no trained animals being exported at this point, no furs, no fish.
So... I know we're supposed to go to Western Aecathan, but Ballinamard's part of Aecathan. Should we go there first?
Do you
Better-
have any people in Ballinamard?
Better to deal with.
I have people on their way.
We can get there sooner.
Yeah.
We could teleport to Dark Coast Keep and then go from there. Because we haven't, or did we? We haven't been to Ballinamard.
You have
No,
not.
we've been to the keep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
The keep is as close to Ballinamard as you've ever come.
Yeah, I feel like that's more urgent than Western Aecathan.
Yeah. Western will keep.
And
Perhaps
if
we should
there's-
go there.
Orcs again in Ballinamard, or
Something worse.
the not the what are they called?
Thwilnu?
The Thwilnu coming up through the caves. I think that's more important.
I heard that they actually attacked the Lord of Thunder's Edge.
They did.
They're getting bolder.
They are.
This doesn't bode well.
It's bound to happen, though.
That's fine. If ever you run across one, if you can keep it alive, I would love to have one to talk to.
They don't talk. Really?
I'm sure I could persuade them.
We'll keep that in mind.
Well,
I know. It offends your sensibilities, Aribell, but there are practicalities to be observed here, and there are times when one simply does not have the luxury of being gentle and diplomatic.
Well, yes, and in those instances, we kill them.
No. If you kill them, you can't extract information.
I'm not likely to be party to torture on purpose.
Who said anything about torture?
Or your methods of persuasion, Viessa.
My methods of persuasion have been much lauded by those I've offered them to. But I have others in my employ who are very skilled at utilizing magic, amongst other things. I'm sure we would become fast friends, the Thwilnu and I.
Okay. I would like to point out that every Thwilnu that we have come across has been a magically created creature, which is not nearly the same thing as an actual Thwilnu.
No, as I understand it, there's a bit of a caste system to the Thwilnu, and the ones you've encountered are their fodder.
The horrors.
Yes.
The Swellnu are the elves. The dark elves.
Yeah.
Or were. But I don't think we've actually met one.
Yeah. I don't think
We've only encountered the horrors.
Yeah.
And their foot soldiers are not going to know anything.
That is my point.
So if you find one of their commanders, that I would be very interested in.
Okay. Well, not sure when that's going to happen, but if it does, I'll let you know.
I'd appreciate that. If they've decided that now is the time for them to do whatever it is they have planned to do to us, well, I think it's high time we pull out all the stops and learn as much as we can so we can be ready.
That does make sense.
Well, is there anything else that you'd like to know, or anything else that you can tell me that you don't want to share with Jojo?
Nope, I think everything else we've got is basic fluff of our adventures.
I enjoy the fluff of your adventures. It's always so interesting.
Well, I'm so glad that we can still spin a decent story.
So am I. There's very few storytellers at your level, Tasha, so...
That is very flattering.
No, it's not meant to be flattering, it's simply true.
Oh, so... well, I'll wait for Jojo.
All right.
Have you eaten?
At some point. It's been a busy morning.
Oh? Do you have any stories to tell us?
Oh, just the usual. I have my suspicions that the current factotum of the Eidosian temple is also skimming the prophets, but I'm beginning to think that they all do that.
Yeah, I think it is standard.
Well,
Not our favorite temple.
That makes me wonder if I should even bother exposing him. They'll just send another one.
Well, the question is, can you blackmail this one?
Ooh. Well, there's a thought.
I can be creative.
Clearly. Maybe I can arrange something so that the factotum and I will have an issue to discuss. Yes, I think that will be very enjoyable.
Oh, well, there you go. Something to consider.
Indeed. As you sit at the table, the lunch rush is just starting to wind down. It looks like probably another half an hour or so Jojo will be ready and able to join you. So this is probably a good place to take our break. And when we come back from the break, it's going to be a different time period for all of you than it will be for us. We're actually recording this on 2 separate days because right now, Nikki's out of state. But she'll be back tomorrow.
One of us has fled the coop.
Right. And so we'll finish
There's a
it.
coop?
There's always a coup. So we'll finish it tomorrow. So for you, it'll only be 15 minutes. For us, it'll be like a whole day. But so we'll be back with the second half of this particular story in what for you will be 15 minutes. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. welcome back. As you're sitting, waiting through the lunch rush at the Shouting Pirate, a fairly nondescript young woman comes out of the back room, someone you've not seen before. Walks right up to Viessa, leans down, and whispers something in her ear. Really? All right, back to work. If you'll excuse me, something's come up that I have to address.
All right.
Sure.
And she gets up and leaves out the front door.
Interesting.
That means it's real bad and she has to be quick.
I guess, I don't know.
Or it could just mean it's something out in the city.
Yeah. Interesting.
While the lunch rush begins to slowly die down, Jojo himself actually has a chance to come over and see if you need refills or anything else to nibble on. Where'd Viessa go?
She had something that came up that she needed to attend to.
They
Did she?
left through the front door.
Okay. Well, likely that's something that she's got to address above ground. That could be either good or bad. Not entirely sure. But I suppose we'll find out. Yeah, probably another 15 minutes or so, and it'll slow down enough that, Julia... Synchron! Get your tail out of me face.
Lord Synchron misses you when you're not around.
Misses me doting on him.
He
Indeed.
does refer to you as one of his servants.
Oh, does he now?
Apparently, I'm one as well, so
right,
I feel like I'm...
There's something to that, I suppose.
Yes.
He said you're one of his servants?
Yes. When I asked, he said that he thought I was smarter than that. Of course I was.
I believe that's an honored spot.
Right. Well, stay here, be honored with his furry lordship, and I'll be back. He goes back to the bar where Julia is standing with a hand on a hip and a tray in the other hand, looking at him like... About the time that Jojo seems to sort of be banking the cooking stuff, Viessa comes back in the front door, walks up to the bar, leans over, says something to Jojo, and he holds up his hand like that, and she nods and walks back over to the table. Well, that was fascinating timing.
Oh?
What did you learn?
A lot more about Ballinamard, actually. I just came from speaking with a representative of his lordship.
Bonethane?
Yes.
Okay.
And was given some information that I'll wait for Jojo. He said he'd only be about 5 minutes. But I took the time afterwards to double check with my communications folks. And not a lot additional, but a small piece. If you were thinking of going that direction, I may have information that'll help.
Okay. Are you gonna wait until he's here for that too?
Yes, it's all part of the story.
Great.
I've never been to Ballinamard. No offense to the Lord or Lady here, but visiting a town full of barbarians has never sounded like a tremendous amount of fun to me.
I don't know.
Be more fun than you might expect.
And that's entirely possible, and perhaps someday I'll find out, but that day has not yet come.
Well, you enjoyed Thunder's Edge more than you thought you would.
That was more the company than the location.
Okay.
It's a good thing we have our cold weather here still. Heading north will be cold.
Yes. The weather is finally starting to break here, but I imagine up there it's still quite frigid. Jojo comes over with a glass of ale and a glass of white wine that he sits down in front of Viessa. All right. I think I'm good. Julia yell if she needs me for something, but I think she can handle it from here for a little bit anyway. So, what's been going on?
We tell him everything about rescuing the slaves. A little bit about Western Aecathan. And I think that's basically it, right? Oh. No, that's it.
Do we want to talk at all about Athgarr, or do we want to keep that to ourselves?
That's why I stopped myself, because Athgar's actually here with us, and
Right.
it's not really anybody's business. I mean, kind of, not really.
Right.
Yeah.
So I didn't say anything, and that's why I stopped with what I was saying.
Did we tell him about the Oasis?
Well, I assume that was part of the slaves.
Okay.
So, Oasis, slaves, Western Aecathan.
Yeah.
Probably not family. We haven't been sharing that story unless Gwen does.
Right. Yeah, no.
Phew. I don't quite know what to think about there being an entire other country out there. How did we not know? I mean, how did we lose contact?
The Shattering.
Really? So
Yeah.
it's been that long.
I would say so.
Oh, are those folks in for a surprise? Are our folks in for a surprise? What
Yeah.
if we don't get along? That's all we need is another war.
Hopefully it won't come to that.
Let's just say, after living through bandits and dragons and orcs, I'm not taking anything for granted. Well, it's interesting that you mentioned taking things for granted. I had a meeting with one of his lordship's representatives to unofficially pass on some interesting information. as you know, the army has undertaken a rather massive sea expedition, trying to disable or destroy the Chromatic Dragon's floating base of operations out in the sea. Unfortunately, this means that the bulk of their forces are away. How much do you know about what happened in Ballinamard after you were last up north? What was the last you'd heard?
Last we heard was that the refugees were heading home from Dark Coast Keep.
All right. They were. There was a small peacekeeping force of Aecathan military there as well. I had a few people in town that I could be counted on for information and updates, and for the first couple weeks everything seemed peaceful. The army was able to depart, leaving a much smaller sort of watch post crew. But apparently the entire town began to be plagued with nightmares.
Oh no.
And very specific nightmares. Nightmares that the orcs were coming back, and that they would be completely unable to resist them in their weakened state as a community after the first attack. The last message that I received, and that was why I went to check with my people, was that the orcs had in fact returned and had taken control of the city. But this time they did so with almost no violence. Everyone just submitted.
This smacks of noctomancy.
It does.
And at last I heard that they were now in control of the city. And that would explain why all trade from the city has ceased.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a little bit bigger than us, though. I mean, a town full of orcs. Oof.
I don't
Well,
know. Depending
This
on,
would. Go ahead, Pam.
well, if they use the nightmares to actually subdue the people, it might not have taken that many orcs.
No.
No violence. They might have just sent a few.
And this might involve the army as well.
if there were troops to be spared, it would. Unfortunately, there are none.
No, we're gonna have to deal with this ourselves.
His lordship suggested that if I had opportunity to speak with you for, that I pass along his request, not an order, but a request that if you were able to perhaps at least look in and find out exactly what is happening.
Recon. Okay.
Basically, at this point, it looks like it's you, or we simply chalk Ballinamard up as a loss in the war.
I mean, it's not going to be good for them to have one of our towns. I mean...
No, and a town that supplies...
Yeah, plus one that's right close to the fort.
Yes. I also have a name for you, should you decide to go. Someone that, hopefully, is still in my employ. Are you going to go?
We've only just received this information. We need to discuss.
All right.
The name?
Once you've made your decision, if you are choosing to go, let me know and I'll tell you.
Okay. Well,
All right, well, if we need to discuss it, I guess. And I
shall we
kind
go?
of look at Viessa,
Oh, of
and I look
course.
around.
Of course. Well, I have my own means of trying to ferret out a bit more information, so why don't I just go and see to those and let you all discuss?
Thank you.
Jojo, I'll see you tonight. All right.
Just an aside, that never gets easier.
Weird.
Gross.
And
That's sweet.
she sort of leans down and kisses him on the top of the head as she walks past him back into the back room.
Yeah, she's doing that just to fuck with you at this point.
Well, I didn't say that out loud. I'm saying
that was Pam and Nikki, not.
that's definitely
Sorry.
Pam and Nikki.
I don't know. Your reactions might carry over.
No, we already. No,
No?
Zorith. No, Zorith wouldn't do that.
And Arabelle's made her tenuous peace with Viessa.
Right.
Yes. So that was just Pam and Nikki.
Okay.
Bleh.
Bleh. Jojo can do better. We love
The heart-
Jojo.
The heart wants what it wants.
All right. Well, I can easily go and start doing some prep work for dinner, so yell if you need anything. Just flag one of us down. Otherwise, have at it.
Thank you.
And he gets up, slings the towel over his shoulder, and walks back up behind the bar.
Who wants to go? Athgarr?
I go where you go.
I thought we made it clear that you were
Get a
an
say.
equal contributor here.
Yes. And
Hey.
I appreciate that. If you think this is something that the Four should investigate, I'm happy to help.
Okay.
Got it. So, what are our options? Oof.
We're gonna have to, teleport as close as we can and do some recon.
We can find Viessa's contact. Maybe Gwen and I can use the spell that we have to remove the influence and start there. And then find out as much as we can and then use it. It'll take a while. I mean, I can only cast it a couple times a day.
Yeah.
What's it called?
There's a couple. I think it's reverse anomaly.
Yeah.
I can't reverse it. I can only detect it.
Oh, okay.
And then I can, but I do have a Dream Sentinel spell that can protect against it. Yeah.
It's a 4th rank spell for me. So I can do it twice a day.
We could maybe bring a cleric with us.
Nobody else knows Noctomancy yet.
Well, Aralahkis.
Can I remember if he... I don't think he...
Make a history check.
I'm working on it. I forgot I need dice. History check. 16 plus 2 is 18.
The last time you spoke with him about it, he had begun his study of it.
Whoa.
Well, I mean, we could ask him.
Yeah, we can ask him.
It's a divine spell.
Oh, that one's a divine.
Can you cast it from what you learned of Noctomancy? Yeah, it's Bard, Cleric, Druid, Paladin.
I can. I don't currently have any Noctomancy spells prepared. But I can change that in the morning.
Oh, okay.
Because remember, he's a holy bard,
Yes.
so he gets to choose his spells every morning.
Right. So he could do it, and Arabelle could do it. I wonder if there's any healers. Well, no, that's not gonna work either. There's just so few people that know these spells. Good gravy. But I mean,
It takes a while because it depends. I mean, I think with Lord Tremaine, it was a curse. I think I used remove curse, but
that's true, you did.
so I mean, we have multiple things to try. The reverse anomaly changes a memory.
It reverts an altered memory.
So if I still think it's worth asking if we could bring like one cleric with us. Somebody who could also do remove curse.
I mean, it's going to be dangerous.
Yeah. What's the fighty clerics? Aren't there?
Oh, the Temple of Balmus?
The fighty clerics.
You know those.
Let's hear it for your Aecathan fighting clerics!
Yeah, so maybe we could. Is there a Temple of Balmus around here?
There is not one in Aermagh.
Why not?
Well, there is
Ooh.
a
Are there any Balmus clerics currently stationed here?
You don't know? You could find out.
I send a message to Warbender.
Okay.
It's Tasha.
Wait, hold on.
Yes? What?
Go ahead, Arabelle.
Well, I was going to ask a question to Jeff, but I don't know why well, I mean, Warbinder's intelligence, but the army doesn't control the churches. I don't know if he would know where a cleric is.
But I mean, like, what if there was a cleric of Balnus in the army stationed here? That's what I mean.
Okay.
Would seem like it would make sense for the army to have Balmosian clerics, as well as Terrarin clerics.
I was going to ask
People to augment the fighting and people to heal.
what temples are in Ballinamard.
Let's see. Make a history check. 'Cause this is geography knowledge that you haven't even really thought about since studying it. Yeah.
Boo. Studying. Boo.
History.
Oh.
What's that bad? 22.
As much as you can remember, there are 3 temples in Ballinamard. There's a Terroran temple. There's a Quizvin temple. And there's a Balmosan temple.
Okay.
But you also recall something about shaman.
Oh, because barbarians.
And you never really got a satisfactory answer to what exactly the shaman were, other than they were some sort of tribal holy entity that dealt with the elements rather than one of the gods. But they're not known to exist anywhere outside of Ballinamard.
Interesting.
If my memory and studies serve me correctly, there are several temples in Ballinamard, including a Terroran and a temple to Balnus. So we may be able to find allies there.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Especially if the army is so stretched thin.
Yeah. All right. Well, then I say we leave first thing in the morning.
Agreed.
Because this is problematic.
Dig your mittens back out. It's gonna be cold.
Okay, so now I will send a message to Warbender. Per Bone Thing's request, we are going to go to Ballinamard in the morning to recon and see if we can
You have 5 more
rescue.
words. 4 more
Sorry.
words after rescue.
the town.
After a slight pause, good. It's about time someone figured out what was happening up there. I kept requesting we send people. There's no one to send. Except you. Glad you're going.
He thinks it's a good idea we go. And he's glad we're going. Kind of makes up for all of the requisitioning we did.
No, oops, right.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be earning it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So,
Before dinner this evening, I think we should have enough time because of the difference in where the sun rises. Perhaps you can take me to Thunder's Edge to visit the jeweler. We still need some diamonds.
Yep, absolutely.
Want to go to a town of orcs without any way to bring you back.
Bring back people, yeah.
I mean,
Gotcha.
I attune my magic item, but that would take a little bit.
Got it.
Do we need cold weather gear?
No, we should have it.
I remember that you needed some Athgarr the last time we traveled.
I will.
I don't.
I have pretty much left everything in Strafsman's.
Well, then, while they are going to get diamonds, and Zori, see if you can trade in some coin for gems. Might as well. We will go and get Athgarr outfitted and maybe get a warmer cloak or something.
Okay.
Do you all need anything?
I have
No.
warm weather clothes.
Me too.
Okay.
All right, so let's do Zorith and Aribell first.
No.
Okie dokie. Where are we at? Jojo's?
Do a circle?
Yeah, we'll go outside around the corner if there's room.
There is.
Yeah, we'll just go out there. Ritual the circle. And Thunder's Edge. We going to the house?
Yeah, I think our house.
Yep. Okay, so I do the house one.
All right. You're standing in your teleportation chamber.
Woohoo! Home sweet, not so home. All right, let's head on out. How much should we take? I mean, since we're here, should we get into the
Yes. we should
get some? Yeah, okay. So
Did we get
I
a
am
bag of holding.
what?
Did we get a bag of holding yet?
I have a bag of holding. Yes.
So we can put a bunch of the money pouches in there.
Yes.
That's
and
much easier to pull out.
we don't have anything in the bag of holding yet.
So let's.
Right, because you unloaded all the stuff all the clothing that was in there into the portable hole.
Correct.
Yeah, so right now, the bag of
There's
holding is
zero
empty.
thing.
So
And what can it hold?
That's a good question.
500 pounds, not exceeding a volume of 64 cubic feet. Retrieving an item from the bag requires an action. Here's one, and here's one. All right, so how many
as many
bags?
as you can grab in a hand.
Right, how many bags are we taking with us?
How much? So we have 200,
You have 200 for you.
which I already took. Yeah.
Yeah. And they're in bags of 200 gold.
And how many bags did we get made?
A bunch.
Couple
31. Hold on.
32.
I have one of them.
Because you needed 64 and you found half the bags you needed.
32 bags.
Yep.
So you gave me one. We have 31 left.
So,
10 is 2,000 gold. So
and 50 coins is approximately 1 pound.
All right, so we
So
can take a bunch.
You can do the math, but
We can take a bunch.
maybe like 15. That would be 3,000 gold.
Yeah. So I put 15 bags of gold in the bag of holding.
Is there anything else from the portable hole that we need?
From the portable hole that we need.
That would be better to be in the bag.
I'm assuming that's where we keep our cold weather gear when we're not wearing it?
We can get that out at the estate tonight, though.
Yeah.
For sure.
We have star sapphires, but those we want to keep because we're trying to get more gems.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
And let me go look. Hold on, please. Let me go look to see if Big Level Zorith, who's our banker, has anything that we need to. Big Kid Zorith inventory. Moonstone chalices.
Those are probably good the way they are.
Yeah.
I think the coin probably, but I was thinking we don't need any weapons or anything, armor.
No, I don't think
Okay.
so.
All right, well, let's go visit the jeweler.
And we go.
And we can always get more spending money out if we need to make sure everybody's
Right.
up. Okay. We head to the jeweler. It's in the inner enclave.
Yep. You are headed to the Ruby Brooch.
Or brooch.
Sure.
BROOCH brooch.
We can't sit on my keyboard.
Yeah.
He's like, au
It's opening.
contraire.
I don't know what
totally
he just
can.
opened. My computer's freaking out. All right. So we head to the Ruby Brooch.
All right. You approach the outside of the building. It's a bright red brick building with a bright red shingled roof, so it's easy to spot. As you walk in the door, you immediately see the owner, Everett Shelley, standing behind the counter. The counter that is well known throughout Thunder's Edge because it's actually gold-lined metal. Everything in here screams ostentatious.
What? It's Mr. Shelley, is that right?
Yes.
I think Zori and I were the ones that came last time, I think. So.
I think so.
And it's probably afternoon still.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Well, good afternoon. How may I be of service?
We're hoping to purchase some gems today.
Ah! Something I'm always delighted to hear. Are you looking for something in particular? Or should I show you a selection?
We do need some diamonds in particular, and then I think we're open to whatever might be pretty.
Well, pretty I have. Diamonds, I'll look.
Thanks.
And he begins going he just turns around and you see a multitude of cabinets with wide, short height drawers, and he begins to open them and start looking through them, just verifying what's in each one. opens one drawer and goes, He turns around. Does it need to be worked?
No,
Or will raw diamonds be sufficient?
raw would be sufficient.
Well, then you're in luck. And he pulls the drawer out and turns around and sits it down and pulls back a piece of black satin, and there are 4 diamonds. One larger than the rest. He says, "This was going to get sent off to be worked and carved into smaller pieces, but you are welcome to take it as is. It is a 500 gold piece value. The other 3 are 100 gold pieces each." And you see 3 stones that are clearly already cut and worked.
Will that work for your spells?
Yeah, if it's more, Jeff, do I know, would it just take the whole thing, or would it eat away what it needed and then leave?
It will take the whole thing.
Okay. Is it possible to that's probably to cut the larger one
Well,
into 2?
certainly, but for what purpose?
Well, it's a little larger than I would need. I mean, I'm interested in all of it. I want to take all of it. I'm just wondering if the larger one can be cut.
If you don't find yourself concerned with the structural integrity of the gem, of course it can be cut, but
I'm sorry, I know this is terrible because you're such a fine craftsman, but I would use them to bring someone back to life.
Oh, forgive me. I had not even thought that direction yet. Yes, of course, for that purpose we can absolutely cut it, and in fact I can go in the back and do it now.
That would be wonderful. Thank you. I'm so sorry to...
Do you have a preference? Do you want it cut evenly? Do you want it cut unevenly? If you would give me an approximate value that you would like in one piece versus another.
The spell requires 300 gold pieces worth.
Ah, so a slightly off-center cut.
Yes.
Very well, that can be done. But that is about the extent of the diamonds that I have on hand. I do, however, have a wide variety of other gems.
That would be lovely. We are looking to exchange some coin for gems.
Yes, gems do travel much more easily.
Yes.
Well, how much were you looking to spend?
Well, we have the 800 in diamonds,
Mhm.
right? So probably another 2,200 or so. Depending on what you have in inventory. Obviously, you don't want to.
Well, we have quite a variety. Probably the easiest way to do this is I'm just going to copy-paste this into the chat for everyone. And then you can see.
Ooh,
Oh.
Ooh, pretty.
I mean, I think... Shoot. Well then, we will do this off camera.
Okay. Yes, you can start sorting through this. We'll come back to you. And
Oh.
while
Say-
you're...
Can you just say yes?
No, there's like...
Well, the rich purple corundum, that's 1,600 gold pieces. And the black pearl would be one black pearl is 800, so that's 2,400 plus the diamonds is 3,200. So,
well, the only thing I was thinking was if you need to trade in gems for money, 1,600 gold pieces is not going to be a gem that you can turn in at anywhere.
No, but some of it is not meant to be spent. It's meant to just be part of the hoard, in which case larger value in a smaller amount of space is a good thing.
yeah. I mean, or we could take the 3 800. So a black pearl, aquamarine, and alexandrite. Those are 800 each.
There you go.
Does that work, Nick?
Yeah, that's fine.
Because if we're going to spend it, we'd probably need, a lot
Yeah.
anyway. So let's take those 3 plus the diamonds. I can give you my 200 back to cover it.
That's fine.
Unless
Alexandria.
we bargain and say if we take the black pearl, the aquamarine, and the alexandrite at 800 apiece, and the 800 in diamonds, could we do 3,000 for all of that?
Make a persuasion check.
Good for you, baby.
I'd be delighted to.
That charisma.
Charisma and expertise.
There you go.
That would be a 32.
Ooh.
It's my highest skill.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
You know, I think that can be arranged.
My internet cut out for a minute, so I didn't hear you.
He said he thought it could be arranged.
And we'd be happy to tell everyone that you're the jeweler for the 4.
Damn, you
The-
smooth.
The official jeweler of the 4.
And he's this
Put it
is
in a
the
bumper
response.
sticker.
You say that, and he goes, "Oh well." The 4.
Yes. And
You two are part of the 4.
yes.
Oh
Yep.
my.
And as members of the Armaghian nobility, Lady Gwenlaryn and I often have to attend social events, so people
Oh.
will definitely wonder where we've bought our jewelry.
The 4 and nobles. Oh my. Yes, absolutely. I am happy to help. I'm happy to make that bargain with you. And please, if there is anything else that you need, you only have to let me know. If I don't have it, I'll find it.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
It is an honor and a pleasure.
Thank you so much, sir. And we head out the door.
I'm gonna start renting out space on my cloak.
We didn't even have to drop Athgar's name this time. We're more impressive than Athgar's not gonna wear a lot of jewelry.
We're the 4.
No.
All right. So we went up by 200. So we got 3,200 for our 3. All right. So I will take my 800 gold pieces worth of diamond.
Perfect.
All right. Meanwhile, back in Aecathan, back in Aermagh.
Athgar's looking for winter gear.
Right.
Where should we go?
I don't know if we would have time to get
Um,
something made.
No,
I'm assuming not.
No, just to buy something.
Probably you'd want the Emporium.
Okay.
Um,
So we go to the Emporium.
This is basically a general store that looks more like a flea market. There's just stuff everywhere. And
I
it
look for cloaks.
doesn't look all that organized at first, but you see a woman who must be the owner, a young half-elven woman with a list in hand, just wandering the shelves and going to specific places and pulling things and setting them in the basket that her assistant is carrying.
I'll
So
go to her.
apparently she does know where everything is.
Pardon me.
Yes, hello.
Hi. We're looking for cold gear for my friend here. I point at Athgarr.
Well, mostly that's going to be in the back. It would be... She looks at her assistant, and her assistant says, Aisle D? Very good, yes, Aisle D.
Thank you very much. And we head for Aisle D.
Okay. And you find there are basically very thick woolen clothing. There are thick wool cloaks. There are fur trim cloaks. There are fur cloaks.
Fur is probably the warmest.
Probably.
I get a fur one for myself.
Okay.
Might as well.
And I say, you should get boots, you should get gloves, you should get a hat, and you should get a cloak. And maybe some warmer pants.
I think the things that they have here are nicer than the things that we picked up before. Because they didn't have fur before.
It's true.
So I'll buy a set as well.
Okay.
Yeah. You know what? I'm just going to buy a set.
Why don't we also get one for Zoria and Aribell?
Yeah, I can't hurt. So I let Athgarr pick out what he wants.
There we go. All right. You can buy the individual pieces, but you can basically buy...
Cold weather gear.
Yeah, basically it's coat, gloves, scarf, a furred cloak, a furred or thick woolen hat, woolen stockings, and thick boots. That's the kit, and it's 10 gold.
Yep.
All right. I get 6 kits. Or I'm sorry, 5 kits.
Well, you get 4 kits. Athgarr buys his own.
All right, fine. I get 4 kits. And I go to the front.
You see the assistant working on going through the basket and writing down. Everything looks like he's writing out a receipt.
Excuse me. I'd like to purchase these.
Oh. All right. Yeah. Yeah. And he kind of looks a little scattered, picks up the parchment and sits it on the basket, and then he's like, all right. Ooh. You know it's going to be spring soon.
Right. So end of season discount, right?
No. No, that's not quite how that works. But
I was told it was how it worked.
well,
We are the
we're
we are
talking.
the 4.
Just throwing that around everywhere.
Well, congratulations. There are 5 of you.
You actually don't know who the 4
Oh, that's
are.
true.
There's only
There are
3
3
of
of
us
you.
here.
There's 3 of you.
Right, I forgot.
You've never heard of the 4?
As opposed to the 3 or the 5, no.
Ooh, you don't get out much, do you?
I work, I sleep.
Have you heard this song about the dragons?
I think someone told me about it.
Do you remember when the dragons came to Aermagh?
I definitely remember someone telling me about that.
We are the 4 who rescued the dragons and brought them to Aermagh.
And we're dragonkin.
You're welcome.
Well, wow, you should be very proud.
Okay.
10 gold each.
We tried.
We did. So I give him 40 gold.
Okay. And Athgarr hands over his 10. Yeah, when the guy rolls a 1, he's clueless.
Yeah, he is.
All right. So, back to the Thunder's Edge contingent. What are you doing once you leave the brooch?
We just head back.
Well, might as well. There isn't a whole lot that we need to do. We don't need anything from the house, right?
No, we don't need anything from the house. We could stop. I mean, we could do it through a message too, but we could let Aralahkis know that Athgar's better. But
Ooh.
sometimes 25 words is hard, but I don't know that.
Well, it's probably better that we say something.
I mean, we can get in to see him without too much attention. It's not an uncommon thing.
Yeah. Let's
See if he's available.
yeah, let's see if he's available. So we're gonna go to the court.
Head to the keep.
Okay. When you get there, there are, of course, guards on duty outside the doors, and they take a long look at both of you and then immediately just sort of nod, smile, reach out, and open the doors.
Thank you very much.
Great, so much better than us.
Make it
They
to.
should really be checking credentials in some way, because some of the people that that we're going up against can shape shift and look like us pretty easily.
We head to Aralahkis' office.
Okay. Sten is at her desk. And she looks up as you walk in.
Hi, Sten.
Well, hi there.
How are you?
Boy, I'm fine, but I haven't seen either of you in a long time.
I think you've been busy every time we've been here.
Uh,
Speaking of the man who makes you busy, is Aralahkis.
yes, he's studying, but I'm guessing for you he'd want me to interrupt him. So
Thank you.
let me go
We
knock
won't
on the
be.
door, and don't be upset if he yells.
We're used to it.
So she gets up and walks to the door and just knocks gently and opens it, and you hear a very sharp, "What?" "Well, why didn't you say so?" "Oh, you did. Never mind. Yep, get him in here." So she turns around and just kind of grins and shakes her head and says, "Go on in."
Sorry, Stun.
Occupational hazard.
We go in.
Yep.
Just the two of you, or the others outside?
Just us.
Okay.
We were on a shopping expedition.
Well, to what do I owe the honor of a visit from the two?
We were in town, and so we thought we'd stop by and let you know that the door's closed, right?
Yeah.
That our puppy is doing well.
Oh, you don't have to worry about it in here. Everything in here is warded. Believe me.
Right.
Athgar's doing much better. A few lingering aromas, according to our cat, but
Gwen
What?
Gwen and he have reached some kind of relationship equilibrium between the two of them. Not necessarily a relationship, but just an equilibrium between them a bit.
and
So
So they're not fighting anymore, is what you're telling me.
yes. For now.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, they're still them, so
There's
we'll
still,
see how
like,
long it lasts.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
they're back to the sibling fighting.
Right.
But he seems to be doing better, and is traveling with us, not because we've hired him as a mercenary. So.
Huh. Well, I've been spending a decent amount of time looking over that knife.
Oh yeah.
Pardon my phrasing. That is some fucked up shit.
Please don't use it.
Yeah. I'm thinking that I'm going to be planning a trip to the tower, because I'm going to actually need more help with that thing.
Mm.
It may be beyond what I can do alone.
Wow. Trying to unmake it, or just trying to decipher it?
Trying to understand what happened to it,
Oh, okay.
because I recognize what it started out as, but what I'm trying to figure out is how it got to what it is now. And if there's a way to revert it back to its original intent or its original function. If not, I don't know. I mean, that will probably be up to the powers that be at the tower to decide whether or not it's something that we store or something that we unmake. Because it's a damn powerful weapon.
Should not be in anybody's hands specifically.
No.
Maybe it can
We
be
are going to
unmade.
take a detour.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, that's fine. We're still on. I was to say we are going to take a detour on our before we head back to the desert. The Orcs seem to have retaken Ballinamard, so we need to do a recon mission up there.
I haven't heard anything about that.
We just found out today. So
Why hadn't they sent the army? That's something for them, not you.
We do what we can.
The army's spread a little thin right now, trying to work against the floating platform of the chromatics. So out in the sea.
Okay, haven't heard anything about that either, but
Yeah, well,
I'm not
all the things we're learning
exactly,
about today.
I'm not exactly one of the first people that Bone Thane tells anything to.
Right. I mean, we barely found out ourselves today, so.
Fumble.
Can I ask a question favor while we're here?
Well, you can ask.
The Riciliad is pretty well equipped, right?
Yeah, we're not hurting for too much.
Do you happen to have any spare magical armor? High rank.
What kind?
Studded leather.
I don't know. I suppose I can find out. He gets up, walks over to the door, opens it. It's done. Leans out. All right. She's going to go find out.
We're happy to bring back and trade in the medium rank that we have. But I thought you had some higher that Gwen and Athgarr could use.
So the boy's actually well enough that he's going to need to use armor.
Yeah.
Well, never let it be said that the folks at the Sanctum don't do good work.
I think being with us will be good for his psychological healing.
Yeah, maybe. Time will tell.
Well, at least try not to make it worse.
Based on what I saw, I'm not sure it could get worse than that. Not and have him still breathing.
I could go without seeing him like that again.
Yeah. Me too.
We won't tell.
I know he's Tremaine's kid, but
You had a great deal to do with his raising, Aralahkis.
yeah. Yeah. And although won't tell him, kind of think of him as a sort of son. Not a real one, obviously. I don't have any real ones, at least that I know of.
There's lots of ways to make a family.
Yep, there's a couple. If you're using necromancy, there's a third.
No necromancy.
I don't generally approve of that method.
Yeah, no.
I didn't say it was
Those
a
ones
good
are
one.
worse than those found family are worse than the ones sometimes that you have to put up with that are actual blood family. So let's pretend necromancy's off the table.
Yeah. Their idea of raising a family's kind of different.
Right. Well, then we sit around and shoot the breeze until Sten comes back.
All right. She comes back, knocks on the door, sticks her head in. The store master wanted to know why I was asking, so I just said that you sent me to ask, and that's all he needed to know. And he said that yes, he had one set of third-rank studded leather, but if you wanted it, you would have to come and get it.
Jeez Louise.
Uh-huh. Okay. See, we're gonna have to have another lesson in humility. So, if you'll pardon me for a couple minutes. He reaches into his desk drawer and starts pulling out vials.
Oh.
It says, I'll be back.
As after he leaves, I'm like, what did we just do to that poor kid?
I have a feeling it's not the first time Aralahkis has tried to teach him this particular lesson.
That's probably true. Whew.
Oh, if he can't learn,
I guess he's going to be schooled.
the lessons get harder each time.
Yeah.
Do we hear any, like, booming or anything?
Right.
Sten says, wait for it. Everybody make a perception check.
Her and I, or everyone.
Everyone.
Well,
Everyone?
we're the only
Well,
ones there.
the,
So we're not
the two
there.
people that are there, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Perception. 17.
27.
Zorith, you think you hear something. It's kind of faint. But your suspicions are confirmed when the look on Arabelle's face says that she hears, and Sten just goes... You hear a... Ah!
Hey. Guess we'll be getting that third rank studded leather armor after all.
It may be soiled by the time you get it, but yes, you'll get it.
It's funny.
Well, of course, now he's going to have me remake those potions.
What were they?
Trying to remember the colors. One of them was just a smoke potion. One of them was... Oh, I think one of them was heroism. That one takes a while to make. One of them was fire breath. I don't know what the other two were.
Well, you will once you make sure to make them. Sorry.
Well, that's all right. It's different from the library work, I suppose.
Yep.
You hear clumping sounds. And even before the door opens, you hear chuckling. And Aralahkis walks back in. He looks a little different. He's actually about a foot taller and broader in the shoulder, and he actually looks muscular.
Oh, heroism potion.
And he says, for somebody his age, he should have learned by now. Don't lip off to me.
Well, I would have apologized for the extra work, but you looked like you had a good time.
Oh, yeah. He's gonna be looking for new drawers. And Sten, he didn't. Oh, yeah. It's amazing what Dimension Door and that smoke potion can do.
Well then.
Well, thank you. As I said, next time we're here, we can return a set of rank 2 as a trade.
Yeah. I wouldn't worry about that. Let him
Okay.
explain it.
Wow, okay.
See, this time, there were a couple of his employees there. Darn fool shat himself in front of his employees.
Mm. Got it.
Anyway, armor's on the desk outside. Take it with my blessings.
Thank you.
We'll let you know how things go.
Please do. And, you find any of them damn orcs? Gut one for me.
I have just the tool to do it with.
Really? Something new?
Pull out my sword.
Fancy, she made it.
Ooh.
She made it herself.
You see him quickly wiggle his fingers and just kind of go, wow. All right. I only seen one other of those in my lifetime.
I'm still a little sore from the process. They make you forge it.
No kidding. So, not
Under
only...
close supervision.
What was the name of the person supervising you?
I don't think I wrote it down.
I did.
She'd tell him. Temple of Balmus. Aribell remembers. Pam just doesn't.
I'm waiting to see if Nikki has it.
Gerald.
Darald.
Darald.
Ha!
Yeah.
Wow. And, how'd he say you did?
He offered me a job.
Damn, Arabelle. Darald's one of the master forgers.
That I did
You
well.
must have done amazingly well.
I don't think I could do that every day. That's hard work.
Well, I'm told you get used to it. But, yeah, I wouldn't want to do it.
It was. I'm glad I had the experience for this one.
So, what's its name?
Mithril Heart.
Fitting. Well, yeah, that should serve you well.
We will definitely dispatch some orcs for you.
Ah, and that thought'll sing me to sleep tonight.
And the store master chatting himself.
Yeah, I'm gonna dine on that for a couple days.
Thank you
All
very much.
right.
We appreciate it.
Anytime. And, when you get a chance, when it's just you in the pub, tell him I said I'm glad he's better.
Okay. We will.
All right.
Is there room in here for a circle?
No, but you can do one out in the front.
Okay.
Alright, we'll grab the armor and
Circle on out of here.
Okay.
yeah, circle. Not teleport, right?
Not teleport. No. No. That
Right.
one's only for special occasions.
Back to Lord Bone Thanes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then it's probably.
Back to Gwen and Tasha. Once you're done shopping, where do you go?
Gwen's
Probably
house.
home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I'll show
as
Athgarr around.
luck would have it, you end up getting there right around the time that Aribell and Zorith come walking down the street.
Hello.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you. We have a gift
Oh,
when we get inside.
well then let's get inside.
They have presents for you, too.
Ooh, yay.
Cold weather gear for everyone.
Upgraded.
Fur cloaks.
We paid a visit to Aralahkis, and he was able to check the armory for us.
Luck.
Rank 3 studded leather armor.
Wonderful. Can I trade you what I have?
I think so.
Athgarr, what level armor do you have?
2nd rank.
Oh, okay.
But
Oh, well,
I'm
maybe
fine.
you should have it then.
no. I'm
Armor, it's for you.
Thank you.
We will
Yeah,
find
for-
3rd rank for Athgarr at some point.
You enter the courtyard, and once again, it's that wonderful temperature shift as you walk from sort of the end of March, beginning of April weather into balmy 70 degrees.
I'm looking forward to being back home for a bit. Even if it's just a quick visit.
As
It is
you
nice here.
As you circle around the fountain, the door to the estate opens, and there stands Tosk.
Hello, Tosk.
Welcome home, lady.
It's good to be back.
And it is good to have you back.
You remember the 4?
Ladies?
And do you remember Lord Athgarr? I'm not sure if you've met.
I know you by reputation. Oh.
Well,
Is that good or bad? Good, I assure you. The son of the Lord of Thunder's Edge is always welcome in Aermagh. Oh, well, that's nice to hear.
Also, I don't know if I've mentioned to you that I grew up in Thunder's Edge in the household of Lord Tremaine. So Athgarr and I are contemporaries and rather grew up together.
I see. No, I don't believe I was aware of that.
So, like the members of the 4, I consider Athgarr family, and he's welcome here anytime,
Noted.
with or without me.
Understood. Please, come in. He steps back and lets you all enter. May I take your cloaks?
Yes, thank you. Is there any business of the estate that needs tending?
Nothing out of the ordinary at the moment.
Very good. What time has dinner been prepared?
Let's see. Let me figure out where we are in terms of time. It should be finished in slightly less than an hour.
Perfect. Great timing. So I'll have everyone settled into their regular rooms. I'm sure we can prepare something for Lord Athgarr.
Of course. The blue room, perhaps.
I think that would suit him. Everyone, if you'd like to settle into your usual rooms and make yourselves comfortable, of course, if you'd like to shower or bathe before dinner, but we don't stand on formalities, so whatever is most comfortable, and we'll meet back in about an hour.
Yep.
Fox, if
Yes,
I prepare a letter, would it be possible to have it delivered?
Of course.
Thank you.
So I'm going to head up to my study
Okay.
and wash up a bit and put on some of my, I would say finery, but more like everyday finery, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Something befitting the lady of the house. How does that sound?
Okay.
If I'm not going out,
Okay.
which I'm not.
Yeah, taking the armor off, putting on, dressing for dinner.
Exactly.
Yes. Me too. I take a shower and I take off all of the normal trappings of adventuring and put on something kind of nice.
And if nothing happens in the meantime, I think we'll regather downstairs at dinner time. Well, not downstairs, on the second floor in the family dining area.
Okay. All right. When you arrive, you see that the table has been set for 5. And you also see a short, pretty woman, halfling woman in a maid's uniform, standing there waiting.
Hello.
Hello, my lady. Welcome back.
It's good to be back. Have you been listening for any juicy gossip here in Aermagh?
Oh, of course I have. You know me.
Okay.
What are you interested in?
Oh, who's starting trouble?
Oh, nothing out of the ordinary there. The usual, the noble houses that you'd expect to be bastards or being bastards, if you'll excuse my language. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Good. Anything in particular that I should be paying attention to?
I'm trying to remember the last time we talked. You know about the army heading out to the ocean?
Yes.
Okay. Well, they finally got everything loaded up and they headed out, and as far as I know, they haven't actually found it yet. I haven't heard that they've actually encountered anything yet.
Okay.
So, kind of waiting to hear that. That's an exciting story to follow. Couple of the houses are starting to make noises about running low on some basics. Apparently, trade from the north has slowed to practically nothing. So there's no new metals coming out of the mines. There's no furs, no skins. Fish has become kind of a prime commodity. So I doubt that Caelan's going to be serving fish tonight. It's actually not as easy to get your hands on anymore. Even though Armagh is a port city, because of the army being here, there's not a huge fishing industry. we kind of count on importing that from the north, and well, there hasn't been any for a while.
Yes, it's that also backs up what we've heard. We've heard similar stories about supply issues from the north.
I keep wondering when the army's going to send some people up there to take a look, but there's, I guess, not enough people to send. Not without depleting the home guard here.
Exactly. That's my understanding as well.
Let's see what else. There's supposed to be a new class of monk soldiers coming from Mani sometime in the next month or so. Apparently the next class is ready to graduate, and the Lord over there is going to be sending them on over here. So maybe then they'll have some extra souls to send north to find out what's going on.
Maybe. I think we may be heading that way ourselves.
Oh.
But that's information you can keep to yourself.
Of course. I keep anything you tell me to myself unless you tell me otherwise.
And I know I can always count on you, Girta.
Well, that's what I'm here for.
Has anyone else, have you met the others? Who are here traveling with me? Have you seen them?
Not today. But, I figured if you were here, the others wouldn't be too far behind. Although I hear there's a gentleman with you this time, too.
There is. Lord Athgarr. He and I grew up together in Thunder's Edge. He's the son of Lord Tremaine.
Oh! Holy crap. That's like a real lord.
It is indeed.
Huh. So, what's he like?
He's a little dour these days. He's been through some things lately.
Does he happen to like his women short?
I'm sure if he knew it's good for him, he would.
Well, I look forward to meeting him.
I don't know what to say with that. It's like, well, maybe. I don't know. So I'm going to take this opportunity to kind of just walk around and check things out. I know that they were making some security enhancements, and so I'll take a look at those. If Danura and Vok are around, I'll ask them.
Denora's down in her room. She kind of twisted her foot.
Oh no.
Well, she was doing something kind of stupid.
What was she doing?
Oh, well, she decided to pick a fight with this other guard from another estate who was being rude. She totally would have kicked him. Totally would have kicked him if she hadn't tripped over that root.
Oh.
As it was,
Well-
it's pretty much the consensus is it was a draw.
Well, I think I'm going to leave her be then, as I don't want her to be on that foot any more than she needs to.
Probably wise. We offered to send for a cleric, but she wouldn't hear of it.
Understood. Well, that's okay. I can look around on my own. Maybe I'll spend a moment or two if... how much longer before dinner?
Oh, probably any minute now.
Well, then maybe I'll go up to my haunt after dinner.
Right. It is lovely up there. I hope you won't mind, but I did a little bit of inquiring about who did the enchantment on the courtyard.
Oh, wonderful.
And there's now the same enchantment in the Widow's Watch.
Amazing. Girta, you have talents unbeknownst. That's amazing.
Well, let's just say I was able to pay for it. On me own.
Oh. Is that something I should offer to repay you for? Or is that too odd?
Well, I appreciate it, but your ladyship's not to me liking that way, if you catch me drift.
I think it's better that we keep things professional.
Aye.
I'm very fond of you, Girta, but not my type, I'm afraid.
Oh my goodness.
That being said, I think I'm going to go get a glass of cider, I think, for
All
dinner.
right. And at this point, there's a sort of a tentative knock on the door.
I'll go over.
It's Athgarr.
Hello, Athgarr.
Is
Come on in.
this the right place?
It is. This is where we have our family dinners.
Excellent. Oh,
This is Girta.
hello.
She's my lady's maid and general woman of the hour. When you hear what she's done, you will be so impressed.
Well, I'm very pleased to meet you, Girta.
Girta, this is Lord Tremaine's son, Lord Athgarr.
She drops into a curtsy. Well, it's a pleasure to be making your acquaintance, sir. And if there's anything you need, anything that I can do to make your stay more comfortable, you just let me know. And Athgarr kind of goes, yes, thank you.
Thank you, Girta.
Right. Have a pleasant evening and a good dinner.
Thank you.
She walks out, and you see her kind of, right before she leaves, just kind of another glance at Athgarr, and then she closes the door.
I think she rather fancies you.
Oh, dear God. You're not serious.
She asked me if you preferred women who were short. If you preferred your women short.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Nor did I. I wasn't sure what to say, so I just said that I would make you aware of her invitation.
Oh, good goddess.
The guest chambers you have, they do lock from the inside.
They do.
Okay. I could ward them, but then that makes noise.
Well, I think that simply saying no thank you would suffice. I have never known Girta to pursue where she has been told she is not wanted.
I shall keep that in mind.
Unless you're into that, in which case, no judgment.
I believe I like my women a little known longer.
Very well. Glass of wine?
Please,
What do you prefer, red, white?
whatever you recommend.
I don't even know what we're having for dinner, so I just grab a bottle of house red and
Okay.
fill a glass.
Well, you know it's not going to be fish.
Right. I figured I had a decent chance of it being something that would go with a red.
Right. All right. So, do the rest of you make your way down?
Yes.
Okay. And
Well, welcome, everyone.
shortly after everyone arrives, the door to the kitchen opens, and Kaelin comes in, wheeling a cart. She proceeds to sit down covered bowls and a tureen and a covered platter. And then, with a flourish, takes the covers off everything, and you see there is a very large roast of some kind. There are potatoes. There is asparagus. There is fresh bread.
As usual, Kaylin, you have outdone yourself. Kaylin, I'd like to introduce you to another member of my group of travelers. This is Lord Athgarr. Athgarr, this is Kaylin. She is our chef, and you are in for a treat tonight.
A pleasure. You wouldn't by any chance be Kaylin Carwin? Yes, that is the name I answer to. Well, your reputation precedes you, Master Chef. I am now quite looking forward to this meal. That's appropriate. Well, enjoy. If you need anything else, you know where to find me.
Thank you so much.
Your ladyship, it's wonderful to have you back in the house.
And it's always good to be home and eating your fine foods.
Well, thank you. Dine well, everyone. She turns and walks out with a cart.
Thank you.
Gwen, you have Kaylin Carwin as your chef.
She was the chef before I came to be a part of this estate, and I was fortunate enough to keep her on.
I recall my father tried to hire her. She
My
said-
mother did too.
So did Aribell's parents.
I believe she told my father that sand made her sneeze.
Ah, well, that would be a deterrent against Thunder's Edge, I'm sure.
Yes. He was not happy. He'll be even less happy when I tell him that I have actually eaten her cooking.
Be sure to mention where.
I'll do that. I'm glad to hear that Father's doing better, because this is going to set him back.
He was doing better when I last saw him.
I suppose that's good.
I think he was even respectful in his tone speaking to Gwen.
Well, I had just...
Then he couldn't possibly be better.
Well,
I had perhaps done him a solid. I think that sometimes the best possible revenge is helping someone who really, really doesn't want to have to rely on your help.
I would have to agree with that.
You're
I
now
should have
idle.
enjoyed seeing that.
He's starting to recognize that sometimes he needs saving too.
Well, I'm certain that Gwen becoming Aermagh nobility has done quite a bit to drive that point home.
Well, you know, Bone Thing likes to stick your father with a stick just as much as you do.
One of the reasons why I greatly admire Lord Bonethane. He's better at it than I am.
He's had more practice.
Yes. But I like to think myself a quick study, at least on that point. I'm watching everything he does.
Well, I'll serve, and we'll get this dinner moving forward.
Okay. Ooh.
Ooh.
Yeah, the performance check for this meal was a 31.
Wow.
That's sick.
Yeah, well, she got a 19 on her performance
Okay.
check, so...
Wow. So, Athgarr, does the meal live up to the hype?
And then some. Now I have a full understanding of why she is in such demand. This is objectively rather simple fare, but it certainly does not taste simple.
Yes, Athgarr has been enjoying the many talents of the staff. In fact, Kirta made him an offer as well.
Oh no.
Athgarr actually blushes.
Oh no.
You just gonna tell everybody, ain't you? I didn't say that out loud, but I'm just saying that out loud.
I just wanted to see if I could still make you blush.
It wasn't you so much as her, but yes. Let us just say that I am quite pleased to know that the guest rooms have locking doors.
Kirta simply asked whether he liked his women short.
That is sassy.
I mean, it's good to know where you stand on things. Yeah.
So what height do you like your women, Athgarr?
As I told Gwen, I find I like my women known longer.
Nice answer.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if everyone is finished, if you'd like to grab your drinks, top them off, we could walk around the grounds, or if you'd like, I hear that the Widow's Walk has now been added to the year-round seasonal temps that we've come to enjoy on the rest of the property.
Ooh, well, let's go check out the Widow's Walk.
Yes, that's our new addition since they caught me sitting up on the roof so often. I think they decided to just make it a permanent feature.
As you make your way down the hall around the corner and up the new spiral staircase, you come out into a very nice white painted wooden gazebo, basically, that has been built on the point of the roof. And outside of the gazebo, it has begun to rain. And you know from the look of it that it's a cold, nasty rain. But within the confines of the gazebo, it's as warm as the courtyard.
I walk over to one side of the gazebo, the Widow's Walk, and despite the finery, I sit down and watch the rain. It is a very pleasant place to think.
Mm-hmm.
what do the others do?
Athgarr just walks over to the side that allows him to look toward the harbor and just sort of puts his hand up on the post and just kind of sits there sipping his wine and just kind of staring out at the water.
I look up at the stars.
Can't see him. It's cloudy
Too
and raining.
cloudy.
I'll go back downstairs.
Okay.
Just go in my room and write or hang out.
Okay.
Spend a few minutes outside and then probably head in.
Yeah.
I spent a
Be
few
a long
minutes
night.
outside and then I go to my room to practice.
All right.
And I say, don't stay up too late. We have a lot to do tomorrow.
True. I should probably turn in as well, especially if I need to construct a barricade.
My understanding is that the chair in your room can serve as an excellent barrier under the door handle. I've not had to try it myself, but half the time I sleep up here anyway.
I'm not even going to ask how it is you know that. I'll just say good night.
Good night.
And he heads back down too.
Before dinner, Arabelle would have given the note to Tosk. It's just to her parents explaining the house thing.
Okay.
Since she's not going to have time to go.
And he takes the note. I will see it delivered first thing in the morning.
Thank you.
Of course. Shall I wait for a reply?
No, that's not necessary. We're actually going to be heading out tomorrow, so
Very well.
I know what they'll say.
All right.
She also would include in the note that they're heading to Ballinamard.
All right. So, Gwen, you are the last one up there.
I'm going to stay there until the light fades, and then I'll seek my own bed.
Okay. All right. With that, we'll stop for the evening and pick this up first thing in the morning next time. So, thank you all
Yay.
for watching. We do appreciate your attention. We'll be back next Tuesday night, 7:30 p.m. Eastern U.S. time, where I hope you'll let us welcome you back once again to the lands of Aecathan. Good night, everybody.